Share screen. Right, so Gabby, a mini palette.
Yeah.
So what we do is we make a little palette. So I'm going to put a bit of black. I'm going to make a top row of colors. So I've got black, dark grey, mid grey. And it means we can make a little tiny mixing area where we can get to the paint very, very quickly in such a small area. So it's great for doing things like the eye and the mouth. So there are our tones, and then down in a column we're going to put red, vermilion, alizarin crimson. And I have to get some yellow. Yellow. Naples yellow.
Thank you.
What I'm going to put my burnt sienna. Mini palette done. So we're going to start off with
Sorry, what were the yellows again, please?
so cabin yellow pale, Naples yellow, and yellow ochre.
Thank you.
Right, we're going to start off with the eye, and we're going to make this like a slate grey. So the iris, right eye. So we're going to go for mid grey. Ultramarine. A little bit of cabin yellow. That's it. pupil in, I'm going to use black. We're just going to take the sting out of the black with the smallest amount, almost black, just the smallest amount of dark grey put in with it.
Sorry, Tim, is that the left or the right eye you're doing?
We're doing the right eye.
Okay.
What did you say went in the black? The smallest amount of the...
Dark grey.
Right.
And then with that dark grey still on the brush, we want to stroke it into the grey around the edge, and this is going to make for a slightly lighter colour than the black, because it's going into the grey paint, which is fine, that's what we want. And then we load it up again and we paint the right side of the iris, putting it into shadow like that. So what we want to do now is we want to introduce a nice glowing light here. So we need to find that colour. So we go down. And so what we're going to do is we're going to pick up some mid-grey and we're going to mix it a little bit into the iris colour we've got here. And we're going to add a tiny bit of cabin yellow, pale, and a bit of Naples yellow. So we've got a colour like that. Now you don't want a lot of paint in the brush, so make it so it's just got enough. Because we want to scumble this on, scuff it on. Very soft. Just graze it on here. If you feel like you need to load up more, load up more. And in some areas, apply a little bit more paint and it'll come out brighter. Now I'm going to make an even brighter. So that's working beautifully. Now I just want to make it even more yellow, ever so slightly on one of those patches. So I go down and look at the mix. And so I add a bit more yellow and a bit more Naples. And that should make for a slightly brighter colour still without adding white. And it's got a little bit more colour in. So this is slightly brighter. And I just want to make it, don't have a lot of paint on the brush. I want to make it glow a little bit, ever so slightly here. It's so understated, but it's enough to give it extra dimension. There's a bit more glow. Maybe just ever so slightly a bit more glow here. That iris is almost completely done for the whole picture. We're going to put an ever so slight understated dot right up here. So load up, well, not load up, just put a little bit of 4C in your brush. This will come out much darker because we're only going to just stroke it on. Here. The iris is finished. White of the eye now. So we got the tear duct, white of the eye there. So we're going to find the bit of the white of the eye, which is around here. So we're looking for a color around here. We're not going to go into the red or the shading in the tear duct. So we're looking here. So we're going to mix that color. So we have a little bit of mid-gray, a little bit of white. I mean light gray, mid-gray, light gray, a little bit of vermilion. We'll try that. That looks pretty good. You could go even darker than that around the edges, but I think that, no. We're going to go with that and we're going to build on it. I think it's going to change, but we'll put that in. And when you get it in, and when you get up to the iris, I want you just to keep that wonderful curve, but just stroke the edge of the iris. So it goes soft. We want to put this bit of color in the corner. Yeah. So now we're going to mix this tear duct color. We do have it down on the palette, but I'm going to mix it from scratch. It just makes it safer for everybody. So the tear duct color is all about taking some of this red and introducing, putting it next to the pupil color. And then with the red, just start mixing them together until you get the right strength. We also are going to have a little bit of crimson to the side, and we're going to bring the crimson into it. So we bring the vermilion and the crimson into that pupil color. I'm going to bring a little bit, not a lot, but I'm going to bring a little bit of mid-gray into the mix there, just to calm it down a bit. We don't want it too in your face. We can easily make it dark if we have to. So that's red and crimson pulled into the pupil color, mixed together, and then a little bit of mid-gray added afterwards. So there should be a nice little U shape, or even a V shape with a V on its side with a soft, not a pointed end to it. That's what we're doing. We're putting the paint in there. And we're taking it across to our pink. And then when we hit our pink, we want to stop because we're going to add a red. But we'll go up the side a little bit. And also we'll go down the bottom. So it steps down a bit. If you don't step down, you won't get the eye wide enough. And then it goes across. And don't put it on so heavy here. You want to stroke this into that pinky grey. So we're stroking that into the pinky grey, so getting a really soft edge. And we take that up so it actually then butts up against the iris. Now here, it's a tiny detail, but if we carried on with this color, it wouldn't be bright, it wouldn't just, I mean, it's only a gradual thing, so it's still quite dull, but we want to go a little bit more red, just in this area here. It's a little tiny bit of paint. So with that little bit of vermilion in there, you don't need much on the brush at all. There's a little bit of vermilion there. I want you to graze that vermilion right in here. So it just goes a little bit more pink. Like that. If it's too pink, you can pull a bit of this color across it. So you put it in pink and then you pull it across and knock it back. But there is a slight glow of that pink on the edge. It's really important. He looks like he's been in a dreadful fight. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to take the eyelash line across the iris and down the other side. So along the top, we've got our pupil color. So a recap, it's dark gray and black. That's our pupil color. Now to make it more an eyelash color, we're going to add a little bit of burnt sienna to it. And take it in, we're going to take it into the red a little bit. At about here, we're going to start very soft. We want to get it quite fibrous. Can you see? Can you see how that fibrous edge there? Can you all see that?
Yeah.
Do a fibrous edge, and then beneath it, paint solidly. Right, I think someone's knocked at the door. Just going to answer it. So when you get across to the iris here, we're going to carry on the eyelash line, but we're going to carry it on a little bit more, a bit warmer and a bit lighter. So we're going to go into our red a bit more and add a bit more light grey. And what we've got is, we've got a much lighter tone than this black and grey. It's gone more to the mid-tone and it's a bit warmer. Can you all see that switch in tone on my painting?
What colour? Sorry, Tim. How did you make that colour up? Did you add the light grey and a bit more red to your previously dark colour?
Yes.
Yeah, right.
Mid-grey, yeah. When I was drawing up, I was actually nodding off and I couldn't work out why. And I think it looks like he's got this sleepy look about him.
Yeah.
Must be that. So we've got a bit of white of the eye to put in here. Of course, it's never white. And so the colour we're looking for is a lavender grey, and then we're going to put a sort of like a yellowy blue grey on top. So the lavender grey we're looking for is light grey and mid grey, mix them together, and we're going to add a little bit of vermilion and the smallest amount of ultramarine. That's vermilion, ultramarine. And that's going to give us a mid grey. We're going to get this in, and then we're going to do something flashy on top of it. Might be a bit bright, so I'm going to add a little bit more. I'm adding a bit more mid grey, just to pitch it a bit lower, tonally. And that looks pretty good. Take some of the paint out of your brush, and then I want you to just feather that edge so it goes soft. So we're feathering that pinky grey in. We're going to blend this, get a soft edge on that iris after we've got a bluey green in there. So what we're going to do is add a little bit, just see this iris highlight colour. We're going to see a bit of that. Ever so light, but we're going to just graze this white. It's so understated, don't be heavy-handed with it. So I'm putting this green in. That's it, perfect. And we're going to blend this edge. See this edge, iris edge? We're going to blend it with some of this iris color. So I've gone into the darker green. Don't want a lot on the paint, but what we're going to do is we're going to use that as a way of blending this edge. So with that darker green, I want you just to scuff this along the iris, like that. And it's effectively going to give you a blend, but in a very soft fashion. I've eaten into the iris a bit, so I need to completely clean my brush and completely dry it out. And then pick up a bit of the dark I've got there and just push it out again into that. And that eye is done. Apart from a bit of soft edge right on the eyelash line. So we want this to go soft. Really want to get that soft and lost. And in here too. That eye is going to look amazing. That's it. So we're going to come and do the eyelashes and stuff in a second, but we're going to get the other eye in now. Start with the pupil color. Remember the mix, it was black and dark gray. So we'll start with the pupil. And we're going to do it a little bit differently. We're going to put in the rim in the pupil color as well. We're going to do it so it's thicker here. I'm going to get a better brush. Then we're going to go into our iris color we used on the first eye, which was that dark gray, which was had a bit of yellow in it. Now, having got that dark grey in, I feel like I'm going to just make the pupil a little bit darker. So I'm going to add a bit of black on top of that grey. It's going to mix with the grey, so it's going to come out a bit lighter, but it wasn't dark enough. So I'm putting it in with a little bit more energy. And I'm going to put a little bit of shadow, lid shadow in here. And a bit of lid shadow around that highlight. And the next thing we're going to do is put the highlight in. So the highlight again, we're going to use 4C, and then we're going to put maybe something lighter on top. So start it off with the skin color, and it has to be a bit clearer, this one. And then in there, put a little bit of light, a dot of light grey in the heart of that. Now we're going to put the lid line across the top. And we're going to go to our secondary lid line colour. Do you all remember that? Recap. It was black, dark grey, burnt sienna, and vermilion. And crimson too. Push it around. And if it's too, I think that's about right. If it's not quite, if it's too colourful, add a bit more mid-grey. So we're going to start it about here. Not all the way to the corner, just start it here. Brush it across, and then along the top, just give it a softness, like that. So the paint, it's just telling you that has to have a nice soft blend. I'm going to add more vermilion to the mix. So I simply just went into the vermilion, got more vermilion on the brush, and I'm painting this lower bit with a bit more red on it. And I'm going to go on top with some dark to some of that. We're going to put a little bit of that red colour at the bottom here. And just paint that in so it all joins up. Now we're going to do the grey, white of the eye. So we go down here. A recap, so mid-grey, light grey, vermilion. Could go a bit darker. So I'm going to put a little bit of, putting a bit of dark grey in it, because it's not dark enough. Not light, not mid-grey, but dark grey. Dark grey with a bit of vermilion. And that's it. When you get up to that iris, just skim the edge, so it just goes soft. we're going to use this color again, and then we're going to lighten this eye more, but we're going to do this eye pretty much the same. We're using the same gray. We're just filling in this area here. And then we just nick the edge of the iris. Now we're going to tease in a pale grey. So down here into the light grey, mid grey. We're going to put a little bit of this iris colour in there too, just give it a slightly greenish hint. And it's all about how much pressure you put on. So you can control the tone by how much you wipe it in. So if you lightly wipe it in, it will come out. It won't come out so light. So I'm grazing it in here. So graze it in and come down on it. And graze it out to the side. And then I go back and put more light grey with the mix. And I do the same thing again, but this time just in the top bit here. Just in the top bit, no more than that. It's just a tiny area. And then we're getting a glow. And it should, the eyeball should start looking incredibly round just with that little bit there. It's very three-dimensional. And then we're going to tease the smallest amount. I'm talking about understated to the nth degree. This is hardly there at all. Just a glow. That's it. So what we're going to do is we're going to develop, there's a lovely red grey in here, and we've got a fantastic lid line. So we're going to do the red grey and then the lid line. So the red grey, very simple. There is, it's pretty much on the go there. So just put more vermilion in there. And that's your eyelash colour. You're just putting more vermilion in. And we're going to add a bit of light grey to it and mix that all together. I'm going to put a little dash of crimson in there, not a lot. So we've got something like that ticking over. If I need to go darker, I'll go into this colour a bit more, into the dark grey. So we need to look at the shape. So if you look, you're getting the contour of the eyelid below. Can you see how that shape drapes over the eyelid?
Yeah.
So you want to start off with that shape there, draped over the eyelid. And I think we'll use this red and we'll darken it. And then from there, I want you to do some soft scuffs. And that's just telling you you've got a soft blend on that. Once you've got those soft scuffs in, I then want you to do a splinter So we're looking for a shape like this that goes up and comes across with a curve to the crease line to about there, and butts up nicely and sort of bonds with that eyelash colour like that. We've done that, and we're going to go over with dark. Use the same colour, and I want you to draw off the crease line. And they joins with that shape there. When you get to about here, I want you to add a tiny bit of light grey to that. So as it continues over, you can see it's not so dark. It's actually got a bit lighter. And at the very end, I want you to put a mixture of dark grey and mid grey, and just paint the very end of it in a grey. So the colour changes. So what we're going to do is we're going to put the tear duct, there's a light shape in there. Can you all see this? Next to the right of the tear duct, there's always a sort of almost like a muscle, or there's an indication of light in here. So what we're going to do is we're going to indicate that, and we're going to mix a colour for it, which is this colour here. So we pick up some mid grey and we mix it in here. And we're going to use that for now. Now you might think, well, that doesn't look anything like it. It's too dark. But when we surround it with number 11, it's not going to look dark at all. It's going to look light.
What are we adding the mid-grey to, Tim?
To our eyelash, sorry, our lid colour. So this colour here.
Okay.
And that goes in here like that. So at the moment it's reading as a very dark shape, but believe me, when you get in the other stuff, I'm going to go in here and reinforce. Now I've got it in, I'm going to reinforce the dark. So going back, I'm going to go into the dark grey. There's an essence of the vermilion in there, not a lot. And this is much more dark. And I'm going to darken up the tear duct. So in here, I start feeding in this darker colour. I think it's getting really dark in here. that's all set for a bit of socket colour. So we're going to put our number 11 in. So number 11. Scuff the edge of this. It goes nice and soft. I've gone and lost it. I need to put it back in. We want to come around to about there with it. I'm going to put it back in and lost it. We're going to use number 9, 9A. And we're going to paint this along the edge of the eyebrow. And I'm going to do a little bit extending out beyond the eyebrow. I'm going to add a little bit of 20 at the end, which is a grey. This is 20, and I'm going to blend 20 so it joins up with the eyebrow colour. And we're going to carry on with 11A underneath. So we're putting a perimeter edge around the eyebrow, because within that we're going to do a much darker colour. We're going to get that eyebrow. We're going to get that eyebrow in. And now, once you've done that, we're going to put a bit of probably a bit too hot, but we'll start off with 16, which is the hair color, and I want you to work 16 in, and we'll work a darker grey on, almost like a dark grey on top of it. So I want you to put 16 into the eyebrow. giving it sweeps and movements that you would find in an eyebrow. You know, they tend to be curving strokes. And if you put the paint on a little bit thicker, you can actually leave grooves in the paint. And this is all going to add to the fantastic feeling of things being three-dimensional. Lovely. And that initial 9A made a really nice join to the skin. So we go to the other eye. So we're going to get the lid crease in, go back and mix some more of that colour up. But we're down here with the greys, and so I mix more of it, light grey, sorry, mid grey and vermilion. That could do it. That's mid grey and vermilion. A little bit of dark grey in there just to get a bit more weight. There's our lid crease colour. So it's staggered. So the start of the lid crease is a little bit higher and goes across. It's riding a bit higher, and then it steps down, and then the lid crease is a little bit lower. So notice that observation. And then it varies in thickness as well. So it might bulge a little bit there, and then maybe there's some sort of curves to it as it comes down. So it's not just a straight line, it's doing all kinds of mad stuff. We're going to add even more vermilion. I put it to the side here and add a bit of light grey, add more vermilion, and we want it about the same tone. This is, can you see this is hotter, this is warmer, warmer still. And we're going to put it in for this line here. And it's going to be it's going to be a soft scumble. That's how I want you to do it. Put it in lovely soft strokes like that. It's picking up on my pencil line underneath, so it's gone a little bit darker than I want. And I'm going to just do a scuff here. We want to add this same kind of colour. Join this colour to the eyelash line and almost think of him as being almost like an Egyptian. And so I'm going to add a little bit of light grey to the red, to this red colour, so it's a little bit lighter. And I'm going to paint this extra shape coming out here, almost like how the Egyptians had those extended bits. We go a little bit hotter around in there. And I'm going to reinforce So I'm going to add a little bit of dark grey with my vermilion, which you've got already mixed, and just go back and make this darker. Give it a little bit more weight. So the next thing we're going to do is describe what's happening underneath. So we're going to ghost in underneath. So we're going to work in 8. So we're stroking 8 in around the edges of the eyebrow. We're going to, in it, we're going to alter. So there's our 20. So with a 20, just get a bit of dark grey, put it to the side of 20, and we're making the we're making 20 a little bit darker. And we're going to add the smallest amount of crimson to it. So we've added a bit of dark grey and a little bit of crimson. So we've got a lovely crimson grey without having to do much at all. And so what I want you to do is to start working this colouring. And you're going to do darker bits on top. This is going to give a nice undercolour. And on top of that, we're going to do 16. Actually, dark grey, our eyelash colour, which was vermilion, dark grey, dark grey and black, vermilion, dark grey and black. And we're going to use that instead. And what we're going to do is draw. and scuff. So we're going to carry on painting 8 through here. So come off. So this is the undercolor to the eyebrow, but also we're painting 8 in here. We're going to paint 9A. No, we're not. We're going to paint 9B. Nine B in here. Going to re-establish by going in with a dark grey and vermilion. Re-establish. Go back in and re-establish that lid line. And we're going to put tiny little bit of vermilion, a little bit more vermilion. What we want to do is we want to put a sort of dirty vermilion and really red up the eyelid color there. We're really increasing. Can you all see I've increased the red there, which is really nice, giving fantastic depth. And those are really ticking over wonderfully well. I'm going to paint a bit of 8 in here, which we'll modify and put a colour on. So we're painting 8 around the bottom lid. When you go around the, just nick the bottom of the iris, it goes wonderfully soft. So we're going along with 8. And we're going to do light effects, all kinds of stuff on top of it. But 8 is a really good colour. And we'll swing 8. We're going to put 8 all the way around very carefully, get a nice soft edge again. We're going to swing it around the corner of the eye, the tear duct. We're going to then push that into that colour above. We're going to take 8, and we're going to stick 8 in here. In down through here. It actually is going to form a bit of this line coming down like that. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
I think I've got one eye slightly lower than the other.
He has one eye slightly lower than the
Oh,
other.
has he? Oh, thank God for that.
So that's all. That's looking. If it's looking like that, you're doing well. Excellent. So they're cooking nicely. So it's time to go into the nostrils. So we're going to go in with the pupil colour. Or I'll go and mix it. Mainly black. Take a little bit of mid-grey with it, but mainly black, and add a little bit of vermilion just to make it a little bit warmer, a bit hotter. And that's it. That's our nostrils. .26, which is his jacket colour. No, it's too bright. We're going to go 14, which is the lip colour. So I want you to paint this 14 in this round shape around the nostril. So all this is in 14. And that finishes just short of the side of the nose. I'll pick up some of that nostril colour. And we want them to overlap and blend a little bit, so there's joining there. .14 on the other side now. We're going to go to about here. And take that shadow up at an angle like that. And we're extending 14 as a line, curving line coming off there, which joins up with the dark. And we outline the edge of that dark with that colour. Go back in with your nostril colour and do a soft joining, or if you need to put some of that darkness back in, do it again. So I'm going in with the dark again and making it all join. swapping over to 13. I'm going to continue with the nostril shape here and use it as an edge. Also use it as a color and combine those two together. So this is much more pink. And that can be, you can start to slide that up the side. So that is the lip color. And have that as an outside edge. I'm going to slide 5B up the side of the nose here. And get it to join with that color there. And we're going to do 5B through here. I'm going to take a little bit of 12, which is lip color, and just put a very soft outline across the top of the nostril, which just makes it look like it's going a bit rounded into the nostril itself there. I'm going to take a bit of 7. And we're going to put a little bit of highlight in here, or low light. We're going to paint a little bit of 7 in here. And we're going to take the 7 up. So it goes around underneath and it goes up and around. And connects to the top. Like that. 7. We're going to take 5B. Down the nose. Five B. When you've established where it goes, put it some big thick strokes in like that, just to give your painting a bit of oomph. We're going to slam a bit of 3 in here. Nice big juicy thick strokes of 3. Disintegrate it here. Number 2. No. Prime this area with 2. And just scumble this area with 2. Prime this area with 2. Two in here. Scuff 2 in here and try and catch some of the paint around. So we nick some of the paint. So we're nicking that and scuffing 2 in there. And we're going to put 2 in here as well. So we're just feeding it in, making it go soft, joining with the surrounding shapes. So we're going to do the lip line. We're going to use, we're going to put a bit of 26, and we're going to mix it in with the dark grey, 26 and the dark grey. And going to do a corner there. And then I'm going to soft grazing, and in a very soft grazing fashion, because I'm not going to do a tight line, I'm going to do a soft graze, and that way tease out this lip line. And so about here, I'm going to do a broader, more definite stroke that goes up a bit, like that. So put it in there, scuff, broader stroke, flick it up, give a little bit of impression. Then the next stroke is going to be a slightly curving stroke here. So I've got a slightly curving stroke there. Here, there's a little, can you all see there's a little curve in the lip here?
Yeah.
We want to get that in. It's a very good shape. And I'm going to just do a scuff, but from then on, I'm going to change the darkness of the line. It's going to be lighter, more red. So take this across and let it join with that bump there. And so I've got a good lip line happening there. Do you do this always on a mouth? Yeah, you do. You get a good lip line in, you'll get great likeness, fantastic expression. You get everything. So I'm going to 15B and continue scuffing in this line. So this is 15B. So I've swapped over.
Do you mean, sir?
15B, it has to be darker.
I've only got 115.
30,
Or was it 15's the hair?
13B, sorry.
Sorry, right.
Thank you for picking me up. And again, there's a feeling of it curving up, and you feel like it's going down, and then you feel like it flicks up again, and then you feel like it's going down, and then it keeps going down. And then I swap back to my 26 mix and go into the dark again. And at the very bottom, it seems to go across and then down. So it seems to be that is the very bottom. It's a very, very well observed lip line, but that really does make painting of those lips pretty impressive. And so what we're going to do is we're going to scuff in the top edge in 14. So we've got this shape. Can you see this shape around here? You can work out the shadow, but I'm going to scuff in the edge of that shape. which is beyond the lips.
Sorry, what colour is that?
This is 14.
14, thanks.
So I'm scuffing in this shape here. And then I'm going to do fibrous scuffs like this. This is so important. If you do this, you won't be on the lips very long at all, and you'll complete them very quickly. If you go in hard, really it's quite hard to get the sensitivity. So building in this lost edge. And then, you know, I'm going to do a little hard bit here. So I want this to register a bit more clearly. So that's soft and that's hard. This is sensitivity of the brush strokes. I'll do this even in a very loose portrait as well. It saves time. I'm going to reinforce a shape here. So I'm going to do a curving shape here, there. So I've been selective, and then the rest is soft. So that's looking great. Now I know I'm happy with that. I can apply this 14 with more paint and merrily paint beneath that up into the scuff and know that I've got a really good edge. And the thing is, where you speed up is that now you don't have to be anxious about how you're going to finish. You've done all that hard work before the blocking in, and it is blocking in. There is nothing, there's no special magic now. If there's any special effects, we do them later, but that's just a hard, simple skirting board, DIY, no more than that, painting, filling in. And that side of the lip is put in perfectly. Now I'm going to do the other side in 12. Scuff. I mean, this might seem very fiddly, but boy, it saves so much anguish. It saves so much time and looks absolutely bloody brilliant immediately. So do you do it? Of course you do it. Is there another alternative? No, there isn't. This is one thing you need to do. And so I've got that in, I'm happy with that. Solid blocking in. I'm going to leave a gap here when I come to paint it because I'm going to do a darker shade. So I'm pushing in number 12. To about there. And then in there, I'm going to put a little bit of 14. Sorry, a bit of 13B. 13B in here. So scuff here with 13. Got a highlight to put in here, but we're going to put the highlight on top afterwards. So I'm going to just block in with 13. There's a highlight here. We've got a central bit to the lip here. I'm going to leave a little bit of highlight there so I know where it is. So I'm leaving a gap of highlight there. I'm going to carry on with 13. I'm going to put a little diagonal. Let me just check. A little diagonal of highlight there, and another one there in 13. And now I'm going to put 13B around it. So this is 13B. And then in here, I'm putting in 26. I'm going to reinforce the dark. So go back to my 26 and dark grey and just reinforce the dark. Very lost and found, really hard to see. If it's very hard to see, that's exactly what you need. It can't be done really obviously. It's got to be soft. We're going to add a little bit of 2 in here for highlight. And we're going to paint a curving shape here in 2. I'm going to go underneath with a little bit more of 13 just to get the shape right. Push a bit of 13 around this bit here to get the shape right. And a bit of 13 along, scuff it along the bottom. So we're scuffing 13 along the bottom here. And then I want you to add a little bit of vermilion and crimson. Mix those together. It's vermilion and crimson. And I want you just to very lightly scuff it in here. So we're just redding it up a bit. Can you all see that?
Yeah.
So I'm just flavouring it with red, just building the red up, but using the paint that I've got on there to modify it. And this red spills out here a little bit more. So that's going to have to be calmed down. And so that is a perfect time to just take time out and have a cup of tea and a bit of a nibble.
How long? 15 minutes?
Yes, right, let's do that. So we'll say 10 past.
Right.
10 past 1. But we've really gone in and dealt with the nitty gritty. We've gone in there and bitten the bullet. And these are the hardest bits. And we've done it. So things only get easier, which is great. But we've really got his expression and his look and feel and everything. So well done, everybody. We'll have a break. So I'll see you at 10 past.
Right. Okay.
Okay, so we're going to start with 16, and what we're going to do is we're going to go over with 17. But what we're going to do is we're going to get some of these strands in, some of these curls. I'm going to alternate. I did a bit of 16. I'm going to do a bit of 17 on this one. This is 17. Carry on with 17. Sticking with 17. Do this strand here in 15. On top of this one in 16. This 16, 16. Flesh this one out with 16, so this is made broader and bigger. Internal one. So that's ticking over nicely. Go around the side of the head and just just do some scuffs of 16. Oh, sorry, 15. So this is in 15. The lighter. I'll quickly go through and then I'll go on top with 16. But I'm just working in a nice soft edge. And 15. this might think, you might think, oh, this is a bit mechanical. You know, people don't actually see the construction of your painting, and to be honest, if you had commission after commission, you would want to do your best paintings in a very efficient way, and this is a very efficient way of doing it. So in here, a lot of paint. We want to get some really good, bold, strong strokes of 15. So I see a really good bit of 15 there, really thick. Here as well, lovely, big shapes of 15. Lots of paint, it goes on faster, better, flows better. You notice they're quick strokes with flow. Keep loading that brush up. Lots of paint. Big, wonderful strokes, small, tiny strokes. But you keep going back to the paint and loading up. I'd much rather see you use a small brush and load it up heavily than use a thick brush and have it with a stingy amount in. It's taken me years to realize that a small brush with a lot of paint in, you have so much more control, but you can still be very loose as well. I mean, there'll be cases where you can put slabs of paint on, but this isn't the case with the hair. You need a degree of control. He's got a proper bundle of hair, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Got to have a lot of products to make this all. Didn't have Weller back in those days. This has got a 60s filter. I feel like I'm doing, I can't remember his name now. It'll come to me in a minute. Still can't remember his name. Roger Daltrey.
Yeah.
Got Roger Daltrey's hair before he went all long, and in the early 70s. In the 60s, he had this sort of, this was the look, wasn't it?
Yeah.
My
They
dad.
probably even wore jackets like that as well.
Yes. Well, my dad did a television program before Top of the Pops. It was called Thank Your Lucky Stars or something like that. And they thought he was one of the animals.
Oh, right. Yeah.
He was on set doing the set design. And they thought
All right.
he was a bit put out. Okay, so there's a good dose of 16 going on there. So that's ticking over nicely. I think what we're going to do is we're going to mix it up. So we're going to do a big slab of background down here, right down to the shoulder. So we're going to mix with a palette knife. Any ideas on that colour? Going down the side?
Right side or left side?
This side.
That side. It's a grey beige mushroom colour. So that would be what? A grey, a bit of vermilion, yellow ochre,
Dark.
or not yellow ochre, Naples yellow, something like that. Would it be?
It's got a bit of ochre in it, but it's a dark grey up here. So we'll start.
Oh yeah.
Grey. So pick some up from the big pile. So pick some up from over there. I'm going to add a little bit of vermilion, a little bit of yellow ochre. I'm going to add a bit of white. Got vermilion, yellow ochre, white. Mix that all together. Make it a bit more red. We'll do 2 colours for one. So we're going to stick a bit of this in. The background colour. We're going to use a big brush. I'll make the hair darker at the top so there is contrast. At the moment it's sort of blending in. We don't want that. I like that. We're going to soft greys through here because we're going to add a little bit of white on lighter grey with it. So we're soft greys. And if you look, we've got, can you see, we've got diagonals. Well, we've got a diagonal here. Can you see that diagonal?
Yeah.
So we're scuffing down here. And we've got another diagonal. So around about here. So we scuff down to here. Then we've got another line like that. So we've got two bands, nice and soft. And we just stroke that colour in down here. A little bit more dense here, so a bit more solid like we had at the top. And then we just scuff it like that. He looks like the guy we did last week or a couple of weeks ago at the moment. Sam.
Right, yeah.
So what we're going to do is we're going to mix with a brush now. So we're going to go down here. We're going to pick up a bit of white. So mixing with the brush. And we're going to put a little bit of light grey in there. Just a little bit. And we're going to take a bit of Naples, a dot of Naples, hardly any. And we got an off-white that's a bit warm. And we're going to paint this in here like that. Got a little tiny bit of a lapel there. This is great because there's such a big contrast between the jacket and the background, which is great. Full-on effect. There's a few strokes like that up. Try not to catch the hair. It doesn't help to catch the hair because it makes it more brown. So mid-grey and white and burnt sienna and a little bit of vermilion mixed with the brush. A little bit of dark grey in there too, a bit of vermilion. So we're getting a colour like that, warm colour. So I'm going to paint in here. And around here. Now we're going to do the grey in between these bands. So pick up a bit more white, mixed in this pile we've just had here. Put a bit of cadmium yellow in there. And a tiny fleck of ultramarine. So you've got a slightly greeny, yellowy grey. Go a bit darker. All mid-grey, all yellow. That could be it. We'll add a blue in there too. I like what's happening there, that's good. Push some of that colour in down here. Some of that green over here. This green creeps into this color too. It's everywhere. It's just pushing around a bit. It's very sheeny. It's not really reading very well on here. I'll bring the light back for me a little bit later, but you can see how that's all joining together. I'll put a little bit of this green into the white and then push it up. I'm going to put a bit more yellow with it and a bit more white, some lighter color. I'm going to push this green up. And sort of push it all together there. I have to put some white back in there. At the top, I want a slightly lighter color than that. So light gray and mid gray and yellow and a little bit of blue. It's definitely got more blue hue. Nice soft bleed on the edge there. I'll come in with more of this dark in a minute. I'm just working this color in. I'll work some of this darker color down here. Go back to my dark color, load up the brush, and re-establish the dark here. So paint back in again on top and get that darkness back because it's lost it a bit. Because I'm working now wet onto wet, we're getting really nice edges, soft edges. We'll work the dark back in here as well, get these shapes more clearly defined again. So it is about putting it in, losing it, and then going back and putting it again. And so you can see these shapes are now coming back, but in a beautiful softness. Back into the light. I'm going to put some white with light grey back in here to get the light coming up more. So I'm going back in with white and it's going on top of everything. So that's quite a hard line again, but we can easily get it nice and soft by putting in some of that color we had before here. So you put this color back on and you take it across that line and you can see you're getting it nice and soft again. So it's backwards and forwards. I need to go back in with the white again, pure white. Thicker paint, really make it glow. It's the white with the yellow. And just give a hint of a glow going up there like that. Make that go a bit softer. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to get quite a nice effect, but in a very crude way. It's almost like the two don't go together, but you can make it go together. So that is ticking over really nicely. So 9A. So we're painting 9A and starting to define the chin. Leave a little bit of a line so you know where you're at. So this is going to have to be made a lot darker, but this is actually 9. This is 9B. And we're using that to define a little bit of the chin and jaw coming there. And then we're going to use 9B as a color down here. So this is 9B, which we're going to block in. We're going to then go to 11. That's gone too far. That we're going to be fighting that. So with the tissue, it's going to wipe that so it's not so strong. And now everything up all the way to the collar. We're going to do a little bit of a 11. I'm going to take 11 down around the jawline and put it between the jawline and the collar. And get through here. down and under the chin, getting a positive shadow line, and around the collar. And up against the undershirt. On top of that, 17, which we've done a bit of in the hair, we're going to start pushing this into this color. So we're mixing 17 on the painting instead of the palette. We're putting 17 in here under the jawline, and we're making this go as dark as it can possibly go on this painting. This is the full range of flesh color. So we're putting 17 and just a fleck of 17 right up here. Maximum effect. We're going to put 11 on the other side now. So we've got 11 coming in here. Swapping over to 17, right at the top here. And put more of that 11 in, so they pretty much link together. So four C. Just going to put 4C in the gap. We'll do joining in a minute, but everything that is left, you can just do in 4C, and any special effects or whatever will go on top. So there might be gradation, all kinds of stuff. That doesn't bother us at the moment. So we just get our 4C in there. We're going to strengthen right here with 11. So we're doing a good curving stroke here with 11. Making that pretty solid. And then we're going to just go off a bit like that. We're going to connect. We're going to connect through here. And then we're going to go a few dabs of 17 So we're going to do a dab of 17 in here. It's super dark. And a good slab, good thick slab of 17 through here. Leave a little tiny gap between the two. An indication of chin. So they've got very, very strong tonal stuff going on. While we're down here, just want you to have a bit of a fun run. So 25. It's a difficult color to put on. Are you finding this very transparent, this color?
No.
And then 26. Down here. I'm putting a lot of it on. I'm not sparing any. This is thick. I'd like to put it on a really big, thick, one-stroke approach, but mine is super transparent, and I'm having a very hard time getting it to cover. So I'm having to put it on so thickly, but I'm going to have to be very careful putting it on. I'm going to take this along the edge here to give it a feeling of modeling with that color below. I'm going to slide a bit of vermilion and crimson. And I'm going to slide that down. The edge. I'm going to put some strokes of this over this dark here. Like that. I'm going to do 25. In here. Make sure you get it in the right place. It's hell and earth going on top of red that's been rubbed out. You need to leave the right gap.
Sorry, what colour's this you're doing now, Tim?
25.
25, right, okay. Yeah, I put a little R and Y in them just to, so that I didn't have to sort of lose count of them
Good
when I
move.
was drawing it.
Good move. There's just a line of it coming down here. And another line of it coming in here. And a wonderfully big splash of it through here. 25. We're going to do special effects on top, so don't worry if you think, oh, it's dark or it's got lighter bits in. We'll come back to that. I'm only going to do it along the edge here, and then inside I'm going to do 26. There's 25. And 26. So I'm going to paint a bit of big slab of 26 in there. Good thick application of paint so it covers. And then 26 up here. 26 inside here. We've got lots of 17. We're fine with 17. So get 17 in here. That's a good technique. You put more paint than you need on, and instead of going to the palette, you just push that pile of paint around in the area you need, and then you can just merrily get on with it quite quickly without having to go backwards and forwards. And what's nice about this is it joins with that red, and there's no distinction between the red. It's a perfect blend, so we lose the red into that black, into that 17. I think there is a change. It looks pretty much like it goes down below, but I think there's fabric in front, so I'm going to stop it there and just have the darkness there in that area. Now we want to join that edge, the red with the black on the collar. So we're going to put a line, fine line of 26. So a fine line of 26, and we're going to just draw that 26 up the edge. And that's going to be a transition color there. And I'm going to go back in, clean my brush, and go in with that vermilion crimson mix again. Just work it backwards and forwards until I get a really nice soft bleed into that black. Depends how rough you want to make it. I'm going to just take the edge off that. That's enough, no more fiddling. So we got his jacket nicely on the go. So we're going to go back into the face and start working on that. So 5A, we're going to put 5A in here. Any shadows or special effects we'll do later. So we might be missing out a bit of cheekbone shadow there, but we're not concerned. We're just getting in a good covering of 5A, taking no prisoners. Good, strong, thickish application of paint. Very satisfying bit of painting that was. For C. Special effects, texture, all that. We'll leave a gap short of the edge because we're going to put a bit of shadow there. But we're going to do special effects and mingling of the two in a minute. But we're just trying to work in a good block of this. It does get a bit darker further up here, but we'll work that back on top. We're going to take that 5A. We're going to take that 5A up, but in 5B, we're swapping out. No, we're not. Carry on with the 5A up here. Scuffs of it here.
Sorry, Tim, what colour is that? Right beside the eye?
5A.
5A.
Thank you.
5A still.
Cheers.
With the small brush, I'm going to put little marks in. Little marks in 6. And so we've got these little spots. They're going to go in 6. It's a hint of a line here, so I'm going to pop that in 6. It's a nice little expression mark, and there's a little dimple there. So I'm putting little bit of texture in there before I forget. Looking good. Looking good. Looking lovely. So 6 up here. That blood colour. We'll take it. Have a little line of it here. Maybe just some strokes of it up here. That's ticking over nicely. $18. Scuff. 18. Scuff it in here. $19. You You can put it on quite thickly. Mix the two together here, overlap it on some of that light. Real super thick here, really thick. Put 20 in here. Give me a little fleck of 20 down here. Good dollop of 20 in here. Take 20 right up. There's special effects to be done on top, but don't worry about it. Come back to it. Deal with the edges if we want to later. So we continue with this 20 with dark grey. So dark grey. With that dark grey, we're going to put a little bit of dark grey and this crimson colour, which is below. Can't remember what we used it for. But we're going to then put that in here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to pick up on our 17 and join the two together. And so what's happened is that white, that collar, has got it's got darker and darker, and then it's bonded. And if you've done it correctly, it should look like it's just got a nice bit of gradation there. We paint 20. We paint 20 in here. Go back to that crimson grey we had earlier. And I paint this in here. And everything in here gets this crimson grey colour up to the jaw. Nick that edge so it goes nice and soft up again.
Sorry, what colour is that you're doing now? The crimson grey?
Crimson grey we used down here, which is dark grey and crimson. I kind of like it. It's got a real nice roughness to it. While we're down here, I'm just going to stick in number 24. not going to go all the way up to the edge or to the end because I'm going to add in gradation, shadow. So I'm simply going to go for my 17 and paint that in. And it just mixes a little bit with the color we've already got on. And I take it up the edge here. And feed it in here. So this is 17, mixing in with the color we've already got. And then wipe your brush, and we want to go pure 17 around this shape. So we're going pure 17 in here.
I thought that was number 24.
Yes, but we're 17ing the end to put
Oh, right. Sorry, I'm running behind a bit. So I'll put my 24 in first. I haven't got that in.
we're putting it into severe shadow.
Right. I lost some of my collar and I was putting that back in when I was, so I'm running behind now.
Easily done.
Yeah.
Then when you've done that, we're going to take 17 and fill in this space here. And I'm going to finish my picture short of the bottom because I've added an extra bit which I don't necessarily want. How's it all going? Are most of you there?
Yeah.
Well, running a little behind, but close.
Going back in with the red just to reinforce that color, make it stronger. Okay. So we're going to have a little bit of a run of 8. This is 8. Putting in here. It's got quite textured skin, so one can be quite lumpy, and well, you can just play it how you want, but this is where you can really let the quality of the paint suggest skin texture and all kinds of stuff. I don't want to go all the way to the bottom because we want to get a feeling of shadow. So I'm just taking this along short of the bottom. I'm just ticking that along and probably stopping about there with it. Nine A. We're going to do 9A here. Oh, love it. Cool. Fabulous. Oh, yum. Yumsville. Build 9A is such a big part of this painting. Looking yummy. Sticking with 9A. I just realised I've done hair through his ear. No, I haven't.
Sorry, Tim, are they the lighter or the darker parts of the eye?
The darker bits.
All right, thanks.
Are you still, sorry.
I'm adding to 6 some vermilion and some crimson to 6. Just put a little bit of that as an outline to the top of this side of the ear. How are you all doing at the moment?
Okay, I think.
Are you all sort of keeping there roughly?
Yeah.
Yes.
You should look bloody amazing.
Fabulous.
It's great.
One, and treat ourselves to little flashes of nutty, absolutely bonkers colour. So we've got 21 going in here. Oh, wow. Look at that. That is showy. This is why I was drawn to this picture, because there's this glitz. A lot of faces in shadow, but then when you get light, you get it so bright. We're going to make a no, we're not. We're going to use a lip colour on the nose. So we're going to use 13 and we're going to paint it in here. Number 10. Careful around the nostril. "12. We want to scuff it. So we're scuffing the edge of this shape there, and we're scuffing it on this side. When you've scuffed it, block it in solidly in 12. This bit out and scuff again. Scuffing, leaving a bit of a gap between the upper lip. Very soft scuffing. Like that. We're going to be scuffing here, short of the nostril. So we're putting scuffs in here. Like that. And when you've done that, solid blocking in. We're going to do 7 on the nose, and we're going to fill in some missing bits. So we're using 7. So we're painting 7 in here. And we're going to, from 7, and we're going to put a bit of 12 in. 12 on the edge, linking with 12. We're going to put 12 in. So we're going to continue this 13, but we're now moving over to 12. We're using 12 to continue this shape. And we're just going to just go in there like that. A little bit of 3. We're going to do an outline of 3 around 2. So this is 3. So you've got 3 here. I'm just going to go around this shape in 3. So there's a little halo around everything that's in the light in 3. So this is a transition. Can you all see that slightly yellowy colour around here, which is number 3? In there, you're going to put it on so thick. You're going to put number 1 in there. Calls for a vertical stroke. And another one. Well, a soft one. And a really good solid one there. And then a little bit of a curl. The curl there. And just a curving one here. I'm going to link them together because it looks better. So they become one. This one also is going to be put in super, super thick here. Got a shadow off it, it's so thick. How about that? And then another curving one below, detached, like that. Lovely. Wow. Flipping wow. Right here, just on the edge, level with the edge, right at the top, there. Here, not so thick. In fact, we're not going to do that colour. We're going to do number 2. Just inside and on the lid. Number 2 there. Flipping yummy. So we're going to prime the area for lights there now. Number 3. Curving stroke like that. Followed by a dash like that. Number 1 on top of this. Another curving stroke. And just a soft scuffing of it here. So it's just lightening this ever so slightly in a different way. We're making more of a glow. We're putting a bit of 4C in here.
See, let's see.
4C in here.
All right, thanks.
Four B. Forward it like that. a slab. When you get slabs like that in a painting, you can actually come away from what your reference and leave it as a slab, because the slab has more power than over fiddle. So sometimes slabs, I did that on my Fiona Benjamin. I had slabs which made for much more powerful image. We'll do another slab. Two slabs. We might blend that a bit. I can't wait any longer. We're going to put 27. It's me just like wanting the most miracle, brilliant colour ever mixed, ever, is going in. Yeah. Wow. And we'll special effect it in a minute. What a colour. Best colour ever. I'm giving it a bit of a scuff, and then painting solidly beneath the scuff. We might put colour on top, but what we're going to do is we're going to put 17 in where it's in shadow. And we'll put a bit of that magic colour on top. We'll get it in black first. I'll stop short because it means we can do a modification. All this will get a good covering of this dark. Yeah, they mix very well together. I nicked some of the color above. You can see that that's making everything join nicely. I'm going to stick my 27 in here, and I'm going to push it around so it all sort of picks up the dark around, and this will make it all meld and we'll lose a bit of it in here, and it all starts to join. Look very similar to what's in front of us. And I'm going to start pushing that 27 in here so it all starts to look like it could be in shadow. Wow, someone's got a noisy bird. With a 27 in there, push that around. Because it's such a small picture, we won't go higher than there. We're going to put some background color in here and get this ticking over. I'm going to use 24 for now, but I'm going to put 24 in here. No, I'm not. We're going to mix up a color. So with the 24, I'm going to put some cerulean and yellow with that 24, and a bit of ultramarine cerulean and yellow. This is making up quite a dark, rather rich, wonderful green. So in here, we're going to paint this green color. And then we'll connect it as before. We'll connect it by just simply painting number 17 in with it. So we're painting it across to about there. And now we finish it off by connecting with 17. So we're now on 17, and we just push that in with that color. We take 17 to a little point little gap in between, which is the red braiding. And we do the same for the other side. And we take it in. Back. It should be looking rather pretty amazing right now. Are yours looking like that?
Not quite. A bit worried about his face.
Right. Well, if you're 75% of the way there, it should.
Yeah, just my palette colours are different from yours. I
Yeah,
didn't mix them very well, I don't think.
Mine
He's looking
are
a bit
too.
purple.
Oh, is he? How interesting. Well, I think this is a perfect opportunity for a little mini break.
Right.
So we're going
Okay.
to have a break till 1:15.
Okay.
We've got about an 8-minute break, and then we'll resume with the background. Right. Take a big lump of 17 and put it here like that. And then what we're going to do is we're going to just then push that 17 around and fill in a large area of dark. it's a good trick to put that paint that you're going to use, a big dollop of it here. So instead of going like that, you've only got to go like that. I'll put more of it up. And I've got it there. That is a speed tip that can save you over a year, can save you maybe a couple of weeks of painting. It's that time saving. And we've got one more colour to put in the hair, which is 16. But as you can see, we're dealing with 17. Really putting a good imprint of the dark. Taking no prisoners, full on dark. Some nice dark strands. I'm going to fire off into the background, making them a little bit greasy. In the old days, this would have taken me a whole afternoon to do what we've just done now. So it seems fast. Blinking well is fast. The idea is that anything that's left, done in 16. So we break the hair down into 3 colours.
And would you put the 16 in slabs, or would you then do that in more finer strokes, Tim?
No, you just fill in everything that isn't done, everything that isn't done in 16.
You get a very textured effect then, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, I've really started to enjoy hair because you put it on really with guts and thickness. Extraordinary how the painting looks more real than the reference. When your painting looks more real than the reference, then you're doing something amazing, because that's when people start ringing you up and saying, can you do me a portrait, please?
Yes, I thought her hair last week looked absolutely beautiful. The way the
Yeah, with
sunlight.
the light.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think that was my favourite one last week, because the effect of the lights was wonderful.
And I thought it was beautiful on her hair.
Mm.
It got a lot of lights. You can tell with the lights how successful something is. If you look, a lot of my strokes have been very, very loose. I've been really very, very trying to do flicks and strokes instead of careful bits. I mean, being careful, but when I'm putting them in, I'm putting them in with wonderful freedom.
Well, he hasn't got tidy hair, has he? I mean, he's sweaty. He's obviously been in battle or something. So he's pretty tousled.
Yes, he hasn't got time to run a brush through his hair.
It's a bit like me in lockdown. I've got the time. I just can't be bothered.
Grenades and cannons firing everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh no, my hair's a mess. You wouldn't want anyone on your looking out for you who's got a comb in hand. Looks like a really piped his hair on like with one of those food piping things. Loving it. I think he's about done with the dark, so now it's just colouring in with 16. So I'm going to keep to what I said, just filling in with 16. That's all I'm going to do. And if it's all gone to plan, it should all join wonderfully well. And be so convincing. So it's a colouring in job. One shouldn't be even looking at the image. Colouring in everything that is missing. In the old days, I'd be looking at every strand, and I'll be still looking at every strand. One's just got to trust. And the thing is, it will read brilliantly. You've done all the work with 15 and 17. The 16 should work a treat. There's enough highlights and stuff going on for everything else to work. This is super lumpy, chunky painting. I'm so convinced with this hair that you could put this hair in a lineup and people would know it's James Norton's hair without a face attached to it. I'm dreaming. He's seriously got huge amounts of hair.
He has.
He's been using Gordon Jackson's Miracle Grow. You don't need to put it on the flowers.
I think it's often the way with people with red hair. They tend to have, well, in my experience, and I've got a red-headed husband and relatively red-headed kids. They've all got incredibly thick hair.
No, isn't that amazing?
Yeah. And when I met Paul when he was a hippie student in the 60s, he had this very long red wavy hair, and now it's sort of salt and pepper colour, but he's still got an enormous amount of hair, so thick. And all the boys have got really thick hair. And the red ones have got, or the ones that were auburn, have got a much more wiry hair.
I have really enjoyed this hair. It's been actually, it hasn't been too long. If you're in it, if you're in the hair for too long,
Yeah.
then it becomes pretty tiring. So the name of the game is to fill in everything to do with the hair. Even down the side, get these sideburns in. grazing down here. You don't want it too hard.
No.
So we graze it, mixture of grazing and solid painting. Fill in all the gaps. We don't want to go back. There are some golden orange bits in there. So I'm going to be putting those in. Going back in with a 16. It's all a little bit lost and found stuff. Oh, got some pink going in. are you all doing with the hair?
I think I've just about finished mine now.
Well, that's good.
Mine isn't looking great.
That was the most fun bit of hair ever painted, along with the best colour ever made. Got some pretty big moves on it. So what we're going to do is we'll put some shadow around here, but we're going to get a bit of background colour in here. So we're going to mix that up. So we're going to scrape this area here. And in its place, we're going to put some white. So I'm going to squeeze some white out. And what are we going to add with that white? A little bit of yellow, cut yellow, a little bit of red. A bit of light grey. We'll go with those colours for now. Just a little bit more yellow, a tiny bit more red. That's a nice colour. Yeah, we're going to use that colour and then we're going to muck it up. That's a good colour. So we're going to be painting, we're mixing colours on the canvas or board and doing it that way. Big brush. So some of this, it's going to get a lot more dirty and grubby, but we're not thick, so we're scrubbing it on. Around the ear. Rubbing it on, making it go a long way. Up around the collar. You can do it all with a big brush. That's really good stuff. Ooh, I know, I've gone into the pink. Oh, dangerous stuff that is. Got away with it. Going to get as close as I can to this edge, and then I'm going to scuff the edge. I'll come back to that. But when I get down there, I'm going to scuff the edge so I can actually get a soft edge on that blue, on that violet. I'm really trying to do everything with a big brush. Nice. So take that all the way down to the bottom, and now the idea is to get as close as I can, and then I'm going to try and scuff the edge and get a soft blend. which is easier because it's a big brush.
Do you ever use those blending brushes, Tim?
For a
I think,
laugh.
are they called swooshing or smushing brushes?
I use them for a laugh, yeah.
Oh,
No, they're very good if you're really doing a young person's face
right.
and then you really need sophisticated blending, then they're perfect. That's gone nice and soft, that edge. Looking great. We'll bung this colour up here. Right. So we're going to add some colours. So we'll start with adding a yellow, more of an orange. So dip your brush in some yellow and put it in there. And put a bit of vermilion in with it. We've got an orange ticking over here. We'll put a little bit of ochre, yellow ochre in there. And we'll make it a bit, just a bit of grot. So pick a bit of this colour up and just stick it in there just to take the edge off it. And we'll wipe this in around here. Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. There. Yeah. We're going to make it more red now. So a little bit more vermilion in there. And we're going to put a little bit of dot of 13 just to make it go a bit quieter. Bit of 13 in there. I like it. So I don't want it to be too textured. So this is where you might use your fan brush. Soft grazing, dissolving, a smoky soft strokes, hold the brush right near the ferrule. Very, very soft, understated on by half. Wow. I'm going to mess with that. Fantastic. So we go further up. Flipping out. So I'm going to add burnt sienna. This mix. And vermilion. And just a little bit of dark grey, not a lot. So I've got a colour like that. Ah. Wouldn't it be horrible if I hadn't pressed record?
Oh my goodness.
That'd be a nightmare, wouldn't it?
We to start again.
Yeah, easy. I can read. It'd be impossible. I mean, this is such a good run. This one. This is really unbelievable. So we're looking for a grey up here. So we're going to start here with a dark grey. So pick up some dark grey. And we're going to stick this dark grey in this orange. And we'll help it along with a bit of burnt sienna. And that's all going to go in here. Then we want wipe the big brush, not in, don't put it in turts, but just wipe it. And we're going to pick up some dark grey. And we're going to put that on, put a little bit of mid grey with it, dark grey, mid grey. And that's going to go on, and we'll put a colour with it if we need to. We need to make it lighter, so we're going to add a bit of white. It's too dark. That could be a good start. So let's feed that grey in up there. Go down here, pick up this colour again, stick it all together, mix that all together, add more yellow ochre, add some vermilion, push it all together, more vermilion, let's see what we got. Light it in with that grey. Just pushing it all together. So back down. Light grey and yellow and vermilion and Naples yellow. Give that all a mix. And just push that colour in now. Scrub that in. Make it all join. Colour. And then we just scuff it, very light scuffing. You take some of the paint out of the brush and push it together, connect it together. You can't beat a cracking background, I tell you. This one's absolutely smashing. That's that. Back into the face.
Okay.
with 5A, I'm just going to put a few textured marks, and these are going to just break through the light we're going to put in. So these are in 5A. I'm just putting little dots and pimples and things. And so around this, I'm going to put number 1. So we're going to go real contrast here. So this is 5A. I'm actually going to put an outside edge to it. So this is the outside edge. With the highlight. And then I'm going to use 5B to do the under bit of the highlight. And then we're going to go nuts with 1. We're going to do super 1. Look at it, it's so thick. Wow, that's ridiculous. I can feel the sweat pouring off him right now. It's collecting at the bottom of the easel. He really is perspiring wonderfully. Very nice bit of sweat there, and then down below. Lovely. And then we got a dot. And we've got scuffs, light scuffs in here. So we're building the sweat up. We're going to slide in. We're going to slide in some highlight on the other side of the face. So we need to go to our number 2. With a dying light, I think there's going to be a bit of painting tomorrow, but not a lot. Are you okay with that, everybody?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Fantastic. So we're just putting in number 2 here. Makes me laugh. When the square appears, the camera's obviously said, "Good job, you've made it into a face. I recognise it." You could do a whole portrait and that square never comes up, and you're just looking at your
Oh.
phone and thinking, "How dare you? It is a person." So this is really great. It's really thick paint on this picture. Oozing light. We're going to prime this area here with 2. And we're going to put real lumpy bits of 2 in here, thick, lumpy paint. The more lumpy you make it, the more sweaty it becomes. Give his inner ear a bit of this treatment. Swap over to 5B. Grazing of 1. Just a grazing of 1 here. Soft grazing. number 8 in here. A huge slab of 1. Massive slab of 1.
Sorry, where did you put that 1?
I haven't done it yet. I've got
Oh, right, sorry.
such a big slab. I've got to make sure and get it in the right place, because then that'd be right old Horlicks. That's got so much shadow on it. Oh my God. It's too much. Number 2. Swap over number 2. We're going to do a really nice shape of number 2. If I can find out where it goes. So we're putting number 2 in here. Peanut butter, really thick. Carry on with number 2 in here. Attack of number 1. Poor chap have really made it. It's dripping. This is thicker than our back would put it on. This is thicker than Lucien Freud. This is so thick. This is breaking all the rules. So we're going to put in a little bit of so I know where I'm at. I'm going to put a little bit of 5A in here for a little bit of here. I'll have a bit of light on it. And so what we're going to do is we're going to do some sideburn color here. So we're going to modify 15. So we're going to take a bit of 15 and stick it in with the grey. This is 15 with the grey. And this is going to be the lighter colour, and then we'll add a shadow on top. And so we're going to work in the sideburn. So we're putting sideburn in here. So on top of that, we're going to work in a little bit of 16, and strands of 16 in there. So I'll put a flash of 16 there. 16 there. A little bit of 16 like that. Just flicks of 16, giving it a bit of texture. Got a nice edge to it. I'm going to take 9B, a bit more, it's not so hot as that. I'm going to take 9B and feed this as a transition color along the bottom of the jaw. So this is 9B. And then it shifts to 10. So about here, we swap over to 10. And then without much messing about, we're going to try and put a 11 right on the bottom. And what this will do is it'll just make it all join a little bit better. So it won't be such a hard edge. We're using a bit of 11 as a transition colour. We're going to stick a bit of 5A in here. A nice one stroke, one wonderful curving stroke of 5A. Bash. There. And then connecting to it, we're going to put a stroke of 8. And we're going to have this 8 as the bottom of the earlobe. So we're going to just curl that 8 around the bottom of the ear, like that. And we're going to try 4C. No. Yeah, we're going to do 4C, and then we're going to, so that is 4C. We're going to have to modify 4C. And there's 4C. Going to put a little bit of mid-grey. Put a bit of mid-grey with 4C, which has made it a little bit darker and a bit greyer. And we're going to wipe that in there. So we just altered it enough to make it look like it's going around at the bottom. Now you want to put a transition color of 9C along the edge. So just draw a line along the edge, and that will hopefully make a soft line and give the feeling of that really being round and not paper thin. It's a good move, that, so more of it. Mid-grey and G, 4C, mid-grey and 4C. We want more of it. It's really useful. So we're going to put it in here. I'm going to add more grey to it. And we're going to connect it using 9B. So we're going to just drag 9B and fuse that color. So it's all being fused with 9B. It goes nice and soft. And that's resolving a very tricky little area. We're going to put our modified mid-grey 4C underneath. We're painting this into these flesh tones underneath, and we're doing quite a good bit of refinement here. We're greying up this color. And then in it, we'll do a strand of a little bit of a waver of 16, like that. I'd like to leave this hard edge, but I'm not. I'm going to just drag a brush along the edge and just make it all melt a bit into the face. Make it a bit softer. It doesn't need to be as hard as that. This again, just sweep. Try and do it in one sweep or one and a bit. Just trying to make that go softer in the neck. Missing bits, just grab just wipe it in and just fill in those missing bits. Fill them in up here so they vanish.
What are we filling them in with?
The color there, you
Right, that, yeah, okay.
fill it in. That sideburn color, you need to return to that. There it is. And we're going to give an edge, nice soft edge to the sideburn. So we're just catching the edge, which is our transition color to the skin. This is uncanny, the lightness. Unbelievable. This is as close as I've been to a lightness this year on a portrait. So what I'm doing is I'm just going up this edge with this, probably as far as there. We're going to modify number 6. Or, no, we can get away with it. We're not going to modify 6. We're going to use 12, the lip color. And so with 12, I want you to do a stroke of 12 here. and another one here. One here. Another one. There on the edge. And up. Through here. Nice. You want to get into swirly stuff. This is where to do it. Swirly brush strokes. It shows that you're brave. It shows that you've got power in your brush. Little flecks in there, mess it up a bit. I like that 12 so much. I'm going to put a stroke of it in here. We're going to put 5B in this missing bit, and then we might need to knock it back a bit. But we're going to put 5B in here.
Is there a little highlight there in the middle, towards the edge? Yeah.
Yeah, you want to go around that. I might have to re-establish it a bit more. Very satisfying indeed. I need to put a little bit of my 13 back in there. I think it's 13. It is. So going back with 13 to get the shape and get more paint on it. Now, a bit of number 6. The number 6 is our transition color. It's the glue. This is the filler. It does all the magic. Makes things very three-dimensional. Not so thick down here. We need to put in something lighter around that. Wipe off the brush and just push everything together. drag some of this into here, push some of that into there, and it's just using the paint around. We're not making any more paint. We're just pushing it around so it all bonds and becomes convincing. Yeah. It's a shame to colour it all in. Kind of like it left like that. We got to fill it in. 9B in this missing bit. "13" in here.
A or B? A?
13A.
Yeah.
Carrying on with that 13. Actually, we're going to do a stroke of 14 because there's a nice thick shadow from one of the hairs. So we're going to do 14 here. We're going to stick some 14 through here. A little bit of 13 on top of this. And then we're going to put 13 in here. And we'll work some light back in, but putting 13 in there. Number 10. So we're putting 10 in here. We start connecting it with the hair color. In fact, we're going to move to 16, and we're going to just put 16 in here. I'm just trying to push it all together. And then in amongst that 16 that I've just put in there, I'm going to put a bit of 14 on top, so this could be skin coming through, but it really is just a jumble of color upon color. The thicker it is, the better. We want something with a bit more light to it, so we're going to go in here in 12. bit of 6. Yeah. I'm going to do a flash of I'm going to do a flash of 6 in the hair. There, I want to get a bit of shine going on, so I'm going to do a little bit of 6 in here, to suggest there's light in the hair. I'm going to do 21, which is absolutely miles too bright, but it will mix hopefully with that ochre. And I'm going to wipe 21 in here. Come back to that. Five B there. You need to modify it. So we're going to look at 5B. So what we're going to do is we're going to add a bit of mid-grey to 5B. A bit more mid-grey with 5B. I'm going to put a bit of 6 just to heat it up. So putting a bit of 6 in there just to make it more flesh-like. So the grey's in there, but putting that 6 in is now putting it back on track. Just scuff this, just make it all join, scuff all that. I'm going to put 4C in here. And we're going to have to put a pink with it. I'm going to just nick a bit of 3 and just pull it across so it joins. And I'm just going to fill in this gap here, and we might put some light across, but I'm just connecting. This will need to be pinked up. It's not quite right. That's that 5B with the grey. We want to put it in here. And then in this gap, I'm going to put 5B, 9B, I mean 9B in here. No, it's too dark. 13A. Number 3, right there. If you get some vermilion, we're going to add a little bit of vermilion to the side to 1. So this is vermilion and 1. And we're going to paint it in here. Stroke this color, stroke it in here into this area here. So we're pinking up a bit, a little bit more. Still not quite right. I think we need to go a bit darker than that, but quite hard to tell. This light's really looking tricky. I think that's it for today because the light's going, and I think that's pretty damn hot bit of painting. I'm going to have a look at yours in a minute. Zoom out and go back. So that's not looking too.
Wow.
Oh, it looks terrific.
Yeah, looks great.
Does, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good for one session. We've really done a lot of it. So fresh eyes tomorrow. We've got fantastic work to do on the braiding. We've got really wonderful ochres and almost greens in there. We've got little bits to do on the edge. And we've got these missing bits here, but all this is done. And all this is done. So, you know, and a lot of that, it really has come together. So I'm going to come off and have a look. Right, okay, Sharon, can we have a look at your...
Right.
Good.
Yeah, looks great.
Wow, Sharon, that, you know, I think this is amazing.
Well, I don't think my colours are very much like yours, but
But it's so powerful. It really is. And the boldness of how you put the paint on. But that nose is so well painted. Very convincing.
thank you.
I think this is great. This is really good.
Thank you.
Excellent. Paula.
Oh no.
Oh, fabulous. Wow.
That is punching.
Very dramatic.
Geez, it's like Velasquez and Sargent have got together. That's
Amazing.
got some guts to it. And the tones, I think we've been so careful with the tones. And you might say, okay, the hue is different.
Yeah.
But the hue look very similar to mine in there. So you know, that's cracking. Wonderful. I think you should all be actually having quite a fun time doing it. I am painting this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it is. It's very.
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
Okay, Gabby, let's have a look.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it looks great.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a mess, but
Oh,
get there in the end.
Yeah.
oh it's great.
This is great, and I think this is such a good painting to do because the contrasts really glue you in.
Yeah.
The sweatiness of the face, the bright colours down below. So, Gabby, well done, fantastic. So tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, that's 6 o'clock for me. But I can do it. I can get up early.
Whereabouts are you?
I'm in the Caribbean in St. Lucia. Very
Oh,
lucky.
wow.
Wow.
God.
Night outside.
We're not jealous.
Only lunchtime for me now.
It's freezing here.
Wow, fantastic. Well, 10:30 tomorrow, okay?
Okay, 10:30, not 10.
10:30, so that's 6:30
Right.
for you, Gabby.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay,
you.
great.
That's great. Thank you very much.
So,
Okay, bye.
bye.